Я отношусь так, если игра сингл, то можно скачать.
Попытка номер 2, блять.
Я бы не стал бы выкупать все части Assassin's Creed. Я бы заебался каждый год покупать игру по 10-20 где-то баксов.
Не-не-не, Call of Duty каждый год по сотне.
А, ну да, Call of Duty каждый день по сотне, да. Точнее, каждый год, да.
День.
Каждый день.
По сотне.
А,
Раз,
ну
два, три.
да, Call of
Раз,
Duty
два,
каждый день
три.
по сотне, да.
Раз,
Точнее,
два,
каждый
три.
год, да.
День.
Каждый день.
По сотне.
А,
Раз,
ну
два, три.
да, Call of
Раз,
Duty
два,
каждый день
три.
по сотне, да.
Раз,
Точнее,
два,
каждый
три.
год, да.
День.
Каждый день.
Так, ну это нормально, значит. Если мы сейчас сделаем звук, раз, два, три. Вот так вот. Теперь что?
Каждый день.
Так, ну это нормально, значит. Если мы сейчас сделаем звук, раз, два, три. Вот так вот. Теперь что? Так, ну это нормально, значит. Если мы сейчас сделаем звук, раз, два, три.
Да.
Короче, я не
мне
знаю, что
вот-
происходит, но
Погоди, я пойду DLC куплю. Для третьего симулятора.
я не ебу, что происходит, но каждый раз, когда я
мне
мучу
вот
Дискорд, но на стриме я все слышу, ну, это аудио, оно повторяется. Но каждый раз, как...
Погоди, ты мутишь Дискорд себя, предположим, окей.
Ну, да, я себя отключаю, вас на стриме больше не слышно, но
а чего ты
последние
взял, что не
ваши...
слышит тебя?
Чё?
А чего ты взял, что микрофон выключается полностью?
Сереж, есть, можно отключить микрофон, можно отключить как наушники и микрофон вместе. Я отключаю микрофон и наушники вместе, чтобы ни меня не было слышно в Дискорде, и я вас не
Предположим.
слышу.
Ну а чего ты взял, то что он не записывает все равно рабочий стол, даже только с микрофоном?
Да.
Короче, он проигрывает последние 5 секунд, что он слышал до того, когда нажал эту кнопку.
Ну, у тебя же задержка на стриме.
Он перепроигрывает их, то есть они заканчиваются, он их проигрывает заново.
Ну, значит, отключай микрофон по-другому.
Потому что ты стримишь стрим.
А, это тоже было, да, ты же стримил себя же стрим. Он тебе и повторял у Дискорда звук. Даже если ты
Хотя он
выключил.
тогда должен циклично это все повторять, а не два
Ну,
раза.
Так, я вот не понимаю, как мне теперь открыть, сука, мой стрим в качестве зрителя, нахуй?
С любого устройства.
Ну да.
Ну, блять, я зашел с телефона, он у меня не повещается на канале.
Значит, он еще не появился, ты его не запустил.
Либо ты включил его с доступом по ссылке.
Или да, какой-нибудь тестовый режим или что-нибудь такое.
Ты с доступом по
есть.
ссылке включил?
Сука, нахуя ты-то, блядь, пошел в приватный режим, блядь. Я
Офигеть.
пытался, сука, спрятать провальный стрим, который я выключил в приватный. Он, блядь, этот по автомату мне в приватный сует. Как, блядь,
Телефон?
удалить эту хуйню, нахуй?
Какую?
Меня.
В смысле тебя?
Блядь, если я
Ну,
сейчас
взять и
нажму
дезинтегрировать.
один просмотр, 3 минуты. Да, удалить навсегда.
Много.
Только посмей удалить Нет, трансляцию не удалил, все. Мой канал.
Угу.
YouTube.
Много.
Только посмей удалить Нет, трансляцию.
Моя
Всё,
твоя не
заебись,
понимать?
работает. Качество. Погоди, хули качество 480. А, ну вот, еще 80
Я
на
знаю эту
60.
головку, но она херня.
Теперь открываем на YouTube на телефоне.
Не
Эфир.
хочу терять здоровье.
Видео нахуй. А вот чатик
Ой,
большой.
прекрасное видео.
Ну,
пожалуйста.
слушай, неприятно, наверное.
Так, можно тебе, сука? Чатик.
Слушай, а ты когда
Проворачивайся.
последний раз смотрел, сколько DLC на Train Simulator?
Не знаю, просто когда-то такой цитат на это прочитал.
Ну, чуть-чуть больше уже.
2500?
Нет, 710.
Так, видео мне стримить не надо.
Блять, там реально цена от 400 до 1500 за DLC.
Так, настройки зайдем. Сначала
Причем я даже... Я причем даже, блять, не посмотри бы общую стоимость.
Я подобрал реликвию, которая называется бомбежка. Прикол ее в том, что там бомба в бомбе в бомбе.
Нормально.
Экрана, на самом деле. Тайм-аут экрана. Блять, а почему я не могу подключить тебе?
У меня есть ощущение, что мне, по-моему, сломали кость. Не, хотя если сломали кость, наверное, я бы чувствовала.
Тебе сломали кость. Ощущение?
Ты что такое сделала?
Да.
Крысь. Нет, мы туда не идем. Нет, мы туда не идем.
Идем.
Крысь, нет, мы туда не идем.
Все, короче, стрим вроде как запустил.
Упертый баран.
Класс.
Олег, у тебя YouTube далеко?
Не очень.
Я тебе скину ссылку. Можешь, пожалуйста, подписаться, проверить алерт. Сообщение. Вот, личку.
Ладно, я тогда даже за телефон схожу, не хочу с компа открывать.
Я ничего не делала. Мне же зуб мудрости вытаскивали. Но он его вытащил не сразу, потому что он его начал ломать, анестезия не успела до конца подействовать, мне было немножко неприятно. И он тормознул, но зуб-то он уже надломил.
Зуб это не кость.
Ну, только он
Это
находится
просто.
в деснице. Но находится-то он в деснице.
Ну он не
Это
является
эмал.
костью, Настя.
Ну, так у меня короче, там такой кусочек острый.
Так, нужно просто перейти по ссылке.
Перейти по ссылке и подписаться на канал. Можно подписаться, сидеть не обязательно.
С вас 50 рублей.
Ну я тебе лайк поставлю. Пойдет?
Нет, надо вот именно подписаться. Мне алерт надо проверить просто.
Ладно. Ну. Прогресс.
Я ничего не слышал.
Могу еще раз.
И повторно уже не сработает.
Не могу еще. Ну, не, теоретически все равно могу еще раз, просто с другого аккаунта, но.
Так, свой вижу. Заебись, блядь, значит подписки, сука, не работают, охуенно.
Это геморная хрень.
О, мясо.
Ну, короче, ну только прошу не лезь в
I
кусты.
don't know what all this is.
Блядь, грейся!
I don't know what all this is.
О, пиздец, прям вот вперед танком.
Ля танк.
Поэтому теперь Дискорд я чуть потише сделаю. Олег, давай 130%, Настю давай на 100%.
Я что, тихий, что ли?
Да. Серега,
Ужас.
но Серега и так тихий. Так, хардкор персонажа я делать не буду.
Стой.
Но я не старался быть громче.
Ты что делаешь?
Уже выйди ты из травы, заколебала в траву лезть. Грейся.
А хули я апокалипс не могу выбрать, я не понял. Описание. Удачи. Бля, ну давай попробуем на ветеране, посмотрим, насколько это плотно будет.
She says, if I wanted to feel sorry for myself, I'd have stayed with your father.
Ooh, that is quite a drop. Let me help you down.
Что
I've
это?
got this.
Так, стрим идет все еще.
Обожаю эту лестницу. Когда-нибудь мне уже жопа будет орешком. Наверное.
Именно орешком.
Не говорят же, типа, попа орех.
You okay?
Охуенно, начало чуть не сдохли.
Ну а почему бы не сдохнуть?
That's 3.
What? Oh, please.
Осталось
3 times
Еще
I
день.
saved your life. The sinkhole, your foot.
до того, как я узнаю
You'd be
конечный
dead if my mom hadn't taught me to dress
Привет.
alone.
относительно спины.
2 times then. The sinkhole and just now.
Я ж 24-го наконец-то
let me see
поеду
that.
к нейрохирургу.
Leave it.
Вау.
Hey, I'm fine.
Come on, roll up your sleeve and just admit we're friends already.
This is not an admission.
Мне хочется
Let me
вопреки
see.
запрету бегать.
Oh. Oh,
Меня бесит
it's
ходить.
getting worse.
Ну так не ходи.
Listen, it ain't broken or bleeding.
Но у меня такой
Бегай.
именно
It'll calm down.
именно бег мне дает какую-то
Always
разгрузку,
does.
пацаны.
Let's go.
Ходьба
А ты
меня
спринт
Said the ward was the
начала практиковать?
Мне нельзя бегать вообще. Мне даже ходить быстро сказали нельзя.
Ужас.
Она сказала, я говорю, я начала ходить. Говорю, раз бегать мне нельзя, я говорю, я начала ходить. Я говорю,
Yeah.
медленно же
Little
ходите,
fairy
да?
tale.
Yeah. Like
Я,
this
да.
old white guy found it. Food,
Не, на
fresh
самом деле,
water,
если я реально
everyone
хожу
gets
быстро, у
along.
меня будет слабость начинается. А я реально говорю, я такая говорю, я не ходить начала, типа, ну,
It's probably
говорит,
just
медленно
like
же, да, ну, знаешь, акцент прям сделала.
I just hope they got a
Ладно, я
few
думаю, я
supplies for
пойду
trade.
на время стрима.
Otherwise, we won't last much longer.
Куда
Ну,
пойдешь?
Просто отключусь.
Зачем?
Ну, просто отключусь.
Ну, захотелось ему, понимаешь?
Да. Веселитесь.
Док.
Так, настрой, значит, качество это весенка, фреймрейт 60, аудио 100, субтитлы, вибрацию включить, камеру включить, вертикально, зон нет.
You think people actually live like this?
I'm not sure.
I don't know what's in that Fulton's original blend, but I never seen nobody that happy before.
Чатик,
Not in real life.
Ну все, можно играть, я так понимаю. Правда, конечно, не буду видеть чатик. Хотя не буду видеть чатик.
Locked. Great. Ugh, we can't turn back now. Ain't got nowhere to go. There's gotta be another way through.
Ну, что так вот.
Hey, Eagle Eye. See if you can squeeze your ass through that hole up there.
То есть можно было хватить. Заебись. Что-то новенькое добавили. Чё, прикольно. Чё не скажешь.
It's about time. What took you? Hey, look at this. What happened to these poor bastards? Can't let it go to waste. Use it on that bum ankle of yours. Won't help me none. Hey, come on. Let's get some distance between us and these guys.
А, это у нас типа химия.
Over here.
Не говорите только то, что игра создана, блядь, под FPS 30. Где вот так-то? Мне, видимо, висинг надо включить, сука. Опции. Это было пиздецкое раздвоение экрана. Попробовал сприндат как обычно.
Oh, this is bad. This is bad with a side of broccoli.
A side of what?
Nothing. Something my mom used to say.
То есть мы не через все можем перелазить, окей.
Deadwood! Shoot the damn thing! Nice shooting. Hey, that don't count, by the way.
Glad that's over.
Ну и чем пришли? Затяжка обыкновенная. Бля, я не. Спасибо магическому сути.
I'm starting to think looking for this board wasn't such a good idea.
Окей, можно быстро спускаться.
Guess the Deadwood ain't all gone after all.
Nope.
Ain't no way the war's real. Not with a nest like this out here. Nope. Maybe best we head back. We retrace our steps. We can find another way out.
Могу ли я сделать самого себя погромче?
They come.
Надо будет посмотреть, попробовать. Погоди, Дань.
No!
Да, охуенное начало.
Not today, assholes! Hey, this is 3, by the way. You know, right here makes for 3. Oh, shit! Okay,
Сообщение от
Listen.
Раннера.
for what it's worth, you were a good friend. You were a good friend.
Я просто не ебу, что мне сейчас надо выкручивать, чтобы звук громче самого себя делать. Потому что в OBS... ну OBS, наверное, на 200% поставить.
It's okay. You're safe. Whoa, whoa, hold up. We're friends. We're here to help.
Can't hold this forever, Bo!
Так, ладно, похуй, сейчас буду OBS. 150. Давай-ка 200%. Теперь нормально слышно?
Thanks. Who are you?
Questions later. We gotta get moving. On 3. 1, 2, 3.
Вроде получше. Насколько получше? Главное, чтобы меня можно было слышно поверх игры, то есть не игра громче.
You're on your own now.
Ну и плюс так, чтобы я еще уши не резал.
Still got each other.
Right.
Просто я и так сижу, у меня микрофон чуть ли не во рту находится. Еще игру можно чуть убавить. Ну ладно, да, попробуем сейчас игру убавить. Игру убавить, ну давай вот. Вот так вот сделаем. Так, игру убавил. Так. Опции сенса. Сенсу я хотел. Где сенса? Сенса. Нет, FPS, Nvidia нет. Input latency тоже как бы нет. Аудио нет. Геймплей. Сенса. Типа 50 это типа 0.5 что ли или чё? Ну это камера. Хотя... Попробуем все в 100 выкрутить. Не, 100 точно не вариант. 100 не вариант. Раньше тебя игра прям перекрикивала. Понятно, спасибо. Так, где мы там геймплей? Так, давай-ка 75. 75. Вот.
Rude or thick down here.
Охуенно
Feel
все.
what I felt back at the ward. Wait. You're from the ward? Shit. Maybe Santa's real too.
Yeah, It's not far from here, but the way down collapsed behind us. We're gonna have to find another way out.
И звук заебись. Спасибо.
All right, let's do this.
Теперь привыкать надо к управлению. Не, надо поменять. 75 как-то многовато все еще. То есть меню не останавливает в игру. Вы чё, охуели? Надеюсь, кстати, да, не слышно моего стрима через микрофон. У меня тут просто на телефоне его открыл. Патроны. Сука. Не слышно, окей. Замечательно. Слушай, можно тебя попросить создать альт-аккаунт на YouTube и просто подписаться на канал? Я вроде как добавил типа алерт на подписку. Но мы когда его типа тестили, я вроде ничего не видел. Только сначала напиши, когда ты будешь его делать. Ну, подписываться будешь.
Something's here. The dead would know they've lost.
Давай, я смотрю.
Without a fight.
Бля, сука, босс-файт выбрал. Ай-яй, почему лагануло? Бля, что-то мне не нравятся такие мобильные моб-боссы. Так. Я так понимаю, ты подписался, но этого ничего не появилось на экране, так что
Hey,
надо будет это
you okay?
тестировать, сука, по новой все.
Not bad shooting, traveler.
Yeah.
Ну, потому что я даже в наушниках ничего не слышу.
I'll bet. But don't worry. The ward's as safe a place as any. Safer.
So, it's really real. Food and water and folks living with some old white guy?
More or less.
Whoa, whoa, let me get you some water.
I'm fine.
Cash?
Ooh, that looks like root rot. But I've never seen a case this bad.
I'm fine. I don't know why everyone.
We need to get her to the ward, and quick. Doctor, there's her only chance. We'd better get moving, or we lose the light.
Сука, вот первое ощущение между Remnant первым и Remnant вторым. Боссы стали более мобильные, чем ты. Вот это я сразу почувствовал. На один гмал несколько каналов. Не знаю, я не пробовал. Это, наверное, нововведение. Ошибка сервера. Хули ошибка сервера. Так, стрим не упал. Стрим. Стрим. Нет, стрим еще живет. Все, стрим живет отлично. Хотя да, наверное, аудио в игре надо будет чуть потише сделать, потому что начинаю самого себя перекрикивать, когда стреляю.
This is Wriggler.
Call me Riggs. I got you, darling. Don't worry, friend. We'll take good care of her. Welcome to Ward 13.
Hey, don't worry. Riggs is right. She'll be fine.
Are you okay?
Just a headache.
Hey, Clementine. Let me get you some water.
I'm fine.
Oh, you're not fine. You need rest.
Bo! He's the ward's mayor. Thinks that puts him in charge of everything and everyone. Listen, I'm gonna check in with Ford, and then I'll get some rest. Okay? I've been through a lot worse, you know.
So, Traveler, your friend will be fine. I'm Bo, Bo Ward, and this is Ward 13. You must have come a long way. I mean, the route's dwindling and all, but the road's still a dangerous place. What were you two doing out there? For the ward? Really? Huh. I didn't know anybody knew what we were doing here. We've just, we've been cut off from the world for so long that... Well, I'm surprised people know about us outside the gate. Feels kind of nice, actually. Hey, ask around if you need something.
Потому что у меня вторая игра тоже в эпиках. Мне было впадло в стиме что-то покупать.
Something on your mind, traveler? I guess. I used to guard the old ward some 20 years ago. I helped out here and there, you know, but before Commander Ford passed...
Плюс в эпиках они добавили сперва, что тебе 5% от твоей покупки возвращаться тебе в магазин.
Maybe no one else wanted the job, I don't know, but the ward's the only family I've ever known. I'll do whatever it takes to keep these folks safe. Oh, thanks. I don't know, I guess I just take care of myself, eat right, get to sleep early, all that. Yeah, Commander Ford always said a leader can't care for anyone if they don't care for themselves. I'm just trying to live right. I reckon she learned it from the founder. He's been around for ages. Oh, he ain't much for leading himself. Granddaughter, actually. Yeah, the founder wasn't around as much back in the day, but Commander Ellen was like a mother to me. To all of us from the old ward. It just doesn't seem right.
Вы с Арсением, кстати, закончили прохождение первой части?
When our last hope fails, another must take its place. She used to say that too. I couldn't say. Commander used to talk about him like he was dead and gone before I was born.
Чё, даже вдвоем?
You'd have to ask him yourself, I guess, but he ain't like the rest of us. He's seen a lot. I usually leave storytelling to Reggie. Or if you want some really wild tales, try Mudtooth. Now there's an old timer who can twist a yarn. Hey, I'm just glad we got to you, you know, when we did. You stirred up quite a deadwood nest. Haven't seen that many in one place for a long time. Oh, that was Wally. He gave us a heads up someone was coming. Then Clementine was the one that found you. They got a kind of a root sense, I guess. And we figured where there were root gatherings, someone was likely to be in trouble. And there you were. Wally, I mean, Wallace, he has a way of seeing things. Always has. Wally's been with the ward since he was just a kid, and his seeing has saved a lot of lives. He's a good kid.
Технически это новая история, но она продолжается во времени после окончания первой части. Причем не просто первой части, а первой части с DLC.
The kind I'm damn grateful I don't, to be honest. He sees like the root. Sees what they see sometimes. The past, the future. Whew. All that knowing. Huh. It's a lot for someone to carry. You should ask him if you want to know more. Incredible, isn't she? Yeah, no one really understands how she does it, not even her. But the feel in the air after she blasts him like that, it's electric. Like the sun after a storm. She's something special, Traveler. And no small part of how we're as safe as we are. Between me and... Oh, I don't, what? No, it's not. I don't. I mean, I do, but it's not like that. Have you ever met anyone like her, Traveler? Because I haven't. Like, I haven't always been the bravest guy around, you know, but the way she fights for folks, no matter what it takes out of her, it makes me want to do better. I kind of want to make her proud, you know? I guess you could say she's my inspiration, maybe? Oh, but don't tell her I said that, though. Lots of nice folks here. Talk to them, you'll see. If you need anything, you know where to find me.
Пошли лутать. Сука, сейчас каждый угол вынюхаю, нахуй. Ты, блядь, кто такой? Могила. Понятно, очередная секретка. Помидоры. Мои помидоры.
Your friend's super sick, huh? What happened to her? Up north. Fix her. She fixes everything.
I don't know what's gotten into Ford's head. That man cannot stay in one place.
Нет, у меня полная игра. Я на 3 дня раньше получаю доступ просто к ним. И в будущем, когда выйдут DLC, у меня они уже, ну, как бы оплачены. А, да, бля, во. Чё придумывать? Это, как его зовут? Помнишь, когда туториал проходил? Да, вот тут, типа, спускаешься, где-то там вон бункер был. Спуститься можно? Надеюсь, можно. То есть у нас даже база находится в том же самом месте, где и предыдущая. Да-да-да, вон там бункер наш. В котором мы сидели. С большим кристаллом. Чё, тараканы вылезли? Это типа туда вернуться можно будет? Хорошо.
That's okay, Mr. Mayor. I don't need your help. I'm sorry, Mr. Root, but you're not gonna eat me today.
3D-карту добавили.
Greetings. Forgive me. I am not good with pixel-tech faces. Oh, it is new. I thought I had seen it before. So difficult to tell Paxel-tech apart without hoof and horn. I am Sa Israk Thadwell. My Paxel-tech name is Dwell. I sell crystals from my world. They make Paxel-tech faster, stronger, more powerful. They help it defeat its enemies. And the prices are quite fair. Quality it cannot find elsewhere, not even on Yesha. Farewell.
Так, раз пидорас, у которого заниматься можно. Ты чё скажешь?
Well, ain't you a right mutter, traipsing in here like you own the place. Ha, I'm just pulling ya. Name's Brabus, and I run security around here. Well, seeing as you got the mayor's personal approval, I reckon you his problem now. I also make sure folks hereabouts can protect themselves. Ain't just the root kicking around. A lot of folks still ain't chummy with this whole rebuilding society business. I should know.
А чё Twitch?
Straight. A lot of folks only ever learn how to look out
YouTube
for
тоже
themselves.
такая платформа.
They don't know any different. I used to be one of them. Up until about 20 years ago, I ran a pack called the Mud Dogs. We took what we wanted and killed anyone who crossed us.
За что?
Dog world back then. We all did what we had to survive.
А, слово пидор.
Things might be different now, but a lot of folks can't chew a path out of the old ways. Why not? Passes the time.
Да, меня постоянно говорили.
I guess I set myself
Полный
up for
трэш.
that one. I told you the Mud Dogs didn't take hell from no one. And when anyone stood up to us without getting knocked down, save one. This mutter walks into my court, confident as a wolf in a rabbit trap. I'm thinking, this'll be a fight to remember, eh? At best. Then, I noticed something the mutter's got on him. It's a watch. What belonged to my old man. I figure he finally tripped the branches and I'm about to wring this wanderer's neck myself. But then, the wanderer says the old man gave it to him. That caught me. The old man wouldn't give up that watch to no one but family. And he never gave it to me. I let the wanderer go. After taking the watch, of course. But I couldn't stop thinking about it.
Вот сейчас все, что он рассказывает, это он рассказывает про персонажа, за которого ты играешь в первой части.
So I hear. Changed the world a few times over, that one. Sometime later, I got the nerve to see the old man myself. He surprised me. Wasn't pissed or patronizing, just sat me down and started telling stories like we'd been chatting every day. He didn't say nothing about the watch when I told him. Just glad it had a home. Tell you what, I think he wanted me to take it, the old bastard. Anyway, we talked a lot after that, and when word got out that folks here at the ward were starting something new, well, the old man and I both knew what needed doing. I told the Mud Dogs they were free to do as they liked. We weren't a pack no more, and the old man and I set up shop here. Kind of boring to tell you the truth, but better than a bullet hole, I guess.
Вот этот чел, с которым сейчас разговариваем, это босс.
Don't know
Из
what
первой
else I
части.
can tell you, save the stories folks around here like to spin. The way they tell it, that wanderer walked through crystals to other worlds until one day they slammed the door on the Deadwood altogether and saved the world. Yeah, they all sound just like my old man with these stories. You can say that again. I ain't complaining, mind you. There's definitely something different about this place. Maybe if I stick around long enough, I'll figure out what it is. Oh, that old mutter. People call him Mudtooth.
Не знаю, я только играть начал. Я пока не смотрел никаких спойлеров.
And then some. You wouldn't know it to look at him, but he was the leader of the Mud Dogs before I took him over. They'd got soft, see? Couldn't hack it in a dog-eat-dog world. Of course, that ain't the way he tells it. We still don't see eye to eye on which of us was right. Disagree to agree, I guess.
А, в первой? Ну, есть три вариации. Ты его пиздишь, тебя пиздят. Ты отдаешь ему часы, за что он тебе отдает броню и пропускает, и не надо никого пиздиться. Либо если ты в копе и нету часов, он предлагает тебе попиздиться с твоим челиком, с которым ты играешь. И тоже отпускает потом.
Well, the Mud Dogs ran for years. Started out with my old man in a place called Sanctuary, and eventually came out here. We set ourselves up in a place folks started calling Cutthroat Channel. Nobody came in or out without our say-so, not even Deadwood. Yeah, I got a story or two from the glory days. I ain't my old man. He'll talk your ear off and then use it as a chew toy. But at least I'll tell you the truth. I got one. First, let me ask you something. Your family's starving. Has been for days, and there's no food nowhere, except for a bunker, where a bunch of survivors are holed up. What do you do?
Да, смотрел весь сезон первый.
There ain't nothing you got what they want. Fact is, they'd love any excuse to kill you, just to make them feel a little safer. Like it or not, fight or flight are your only real options.
Ну, второй сезон, третья серия, это, блин, что там, за час посмотреть, а потом сидеть неделю ждать. Мне одного Блича хватило, то, что он там, сколько, 3-4 месяца не выходила ни одна серия.
You're thinking like a mud dog. Problem was, there was 4 of them for every one of us. All of them packing. I said to my dogs, what's the one thing this world's got no end of? More than guns or food or mudders what got more than enough of both? Deadwood, I said. See, the root don't care about food or guns. All you gotta do is break a bunker open. The root'll clean out the nest and leave you the rest. That's the world it was, stranger. Dog eat dog. Because, traveler, I'm reformed. That's so. Well, you ever hear of the Root Mother? She's one of them weirdos even the Deadwood left alone. Folks used to see her for advice. Crazy folks, desperate. My mud dog's caught one of these crazies. As he begs for his life, he tells us some secret the Root Mother told him. A place in the sewer, good to hole up against Deadwood. Dumb bastard. We killed him anyway, of course. He had food. But one of my boys convinced me to check out his story. That's how we found Cutthroat Channel. Once the Deadwood cleared out, it wasn't so hard to keep it clear. Stayed there for years. So the dumb bastard was right. Had to take it first, and that's a thing only mud dogs could do. Tell you the truth, that dumb bastard would have died anyway if he tried heading there on his own. All right, There's one of my old man's tales that is true. He used to live in this old chopper. Made a good sniper's nest, letting him pop off deadwood one at a time. I kept him off for a while, but the mud dogs got wind they were mustering something big. I weren't about to let the old man kick it, so we set a trap up for their trap. Problem was, they moved faster than we thought. We had explosives set around for most of the area, but the deadwood came too soon. We hadn't set the detonators yet. The old man, though, he wakes in the crack of night, howling and popping off shot after shot at the root. Well, one of his shots must have hit our explosives, because suddenly the whole street goes up in flames. My dogs got lucky. Only a couple were close enough to get singed. But the root got blown all to hell. To this day, my old man thinks he killed 300 of them, all by himself. So here's the thing. Every shot my old man took, and he must have killed dozens of deadwood before it was over, was dead on. The only shot he missed was the one that blew the trap. So you tell me, who really killed all those root?
Чё, у него бесконечные истории?
Bad winter. Real bad. Even the deadwood wouldn't go out in it. But they didn't need to. Goddamn Earth was killing us all on its own. There was nothing to eat, and I mean nothing. Mud dogs would raid and steal, but there were no one to raid from. We'd threaten people's lives, and they'd laugh like it was a gift. Weren't surprising then when the dogs turned on each other. Started with one fool called Beers. He accused me of hoarding, so I punched him. Soon the whole gang was fighting. It was chaos. Bleeding and shouting and cussing. Finally, I cracked Beers on the skull, and he don't get up. Quiet, I shout. And when I got their attention, I say, plenty to eat now. There's over 100 pounds of meat on your average human stranger. With it like that, I'd be stupid to pass it up. What? You think dog eat dog was some kind of metaphor?
Заебись, а в чем разница?
Well, I suppose I got one more left in me. I got one. Back in the day, whenever a group of folks came traipsing into the mud dog's den, I'd give them a choice. Kill each other, or get killed. I told them we was weeding out the weak. But that wasn't the real reason. That particular tradition started the day Chavez and his gang rolled in and said they wanted to join forces. Not on my word, no. There was only 3 of them, all torn up like they'd try to steal fish from a bear. The rest of Chavez's gang had been chewed up by deadwood, he said. That seemed legit to me. I was just about to let him join when Chavez's deputy, a woman with the unlikely name Sunny, turns on the other 2 and starts slicing them up. Well, me and the boys start taking bets. It was the most fun we'd had in months. After the other 2 fell, Sonny says Chavez was planning on killing me in my sleep, taking the gang. Ever since, folks come looking to join up. We had them fight each other first. Yeah, it weeds out the weak, yeah. But also make sure nobody's stupid enough to try a coup. Yeah, my old man spins yarns. I'm just telling you what happened. Good. Got tired of answering questions. Watch yourself, stranger. World ain't clean yet.
This is not up for discussion, Clementine. You're staying, and that's fine.
I don't remember asking for your permission.
Watch your tone, young lady.
Excuse me? I'm 132 years old, in case you forgot. And I am not your child. You don't have authority over me.
On this, I do. This town needs you. You can't go wandering off after something that might not even exist.
Oh, that's rich. What have you been doing the last 100 years then, huh? What the hell are you doing right now?
Well, that's different. I'm trying to fix things.
Things that you broke when you tried to play God.
That was Harsgard. I was just following orders. I didn't...
Oh, and that makes it okay? You know how many people died because you just followed orders?
Of course I know. You think I don't remember that every goddamn day? I'm trying to make things right here.
So am I. You're such a damned hypocrite, Ford. If I leave, it's my fault. But you didn't break the world. You didn't run after a pipe dream. You didn't abandon your family a dozen times over.
Look, I've made a lot of mistakes. I admit that. But it's because of those mistakes that I'm telling you not to do the same thing.
Well, forgive me if I don't want to take advice from the men who fucked up the world in the first place. I'm not your dreamer anymore. Maybe I've got my own mission.
These people need you, Clementine. You're too important to just...
Every person out there is capable of taking care of themselves. This isn't about them. It's about you. You've always run away from your problems, but you won't let me run toward something. What are you so goddamned afraid of?
I'm losing you, losing them, losing everything.
I've already lost everything! You took it from me. You, Neville, Harsgard, the whole goddamned project. I don't belong here. I never did. I'm tired of pretending I do.
Look, you put yourself through a lot today. You're tired. Get some rest, huh? Things will feel better tomorrow.
You know how I used to look up to you. The way you seemed strong enough to save the world. Except I've already saved it, haven't I? And what have you done?
I can't let you go near that place, Clementine. That's an order.
You haven't learned a damned thing, Ford. Out of my way.
I swear to God and my mother. Did Bo send you over here, or did you stumble your way over here yourself? Bingo. I'm McCabe. I like to keep to myself and my work. My work happens to be tinkering and modding weapons. And that's already more information than I like giving out. Capiche? Look, it's not personal. I just don't like being distracted. I get into a zone, you know? Pisses me off when people come by and interrupt my me time. But I'll tell you what. You're clearly not the average stray that shows up here. So I'll make you a deal. You find anything interesting out there, bring it back to me and I'll see if I can use it to mod your weapons. Okay? Oh, and if you tell anyone I was nice to you, I will cut you.
Чувствую херово.
Oh, friend. Glad to see you're all right. What can I do for you? That's right, but everybody calls me Riggs. I try to keep folks safe out there. My specialty is armor and weapons upgrades. Speaking of which, Bo mentioned you might need some help getting your feet back under you. Well, whatever you need, don't be afraid to ask. We all help each other out here. Even McCabe. Take care, my friend.
Даня, если ты еще тут, Что ты заранее спрашивал по поводу этой Gamer Subs? Закончились? Ебать, ты старый чел. Хотя ты и до этого был старый. Кончается.
Whoa, what have we here? Ah, the traveler, of course. Wallace said yes, right on time. Sorry you had to see that. But then again, you've been around. I'm sure you know. Families fight. Andrew Ford. Good to make your acquaintance.
Мне немного не нравится то, что у меня это эффекты пыли превращаются в эффекты линии.
In the flesh. Oh, I'm as real as a toothache. I'm sure you've got a lot of questions, and I've got a favor to ask. So let's get to it. You first. That's a longer story than I can indulge right now. Let's keep it to this. You know how some things you drink can make you drunk, and some things you eat can make you sick or sleepy? Well, other things do this. It's a big world out there. Huh. Not my way. And you want to be careful what you wish for, traveler. Not you precisely, as in name, rank, serial number, but I knew someone was coming. Aren't you clever? Skeptic. That's fine. It so happens I knew you'd be coming today. Or I hoped. Our young Wallace told me. Wallace? He's a special kid. A lot like somebody I used to know. She had bad dreams too. Dreams about things that hadn't yet come to pass. It's more like he can see really far into the present. Sometimes. Anyone in particular? Don't think there's a soul in town has lost as much as Riggs. Don't know how that man gets up out of bed every day. But he does. And we're damn thankful. Compared to who? Bo might be young, but he knows the run of a ward. Learned from the best. He was orphaned, just a kid. Ward 13 sort of adopted him. Ran security when he got old enough. Did a damn good job of it. Only made sense to put him in charge once we started up here. Arguing's not the same as fighting. Clem and I have known each other longer than anyone else here. That's a lot of water to put under a narrow bridge.
Удачи в лиге и поменьше бомбежки.
Looks can be deceiving. In fact, she's 132 years old. Not quite. Clementine spent a long time away, keeping strange company. Something like that will change you. Okay? Oh, nothing too dangerous. I've got to marshal my resources. And then we'll get into it in earnest. All right, traveler. Now that you've shot your shot, here's mine. I need an able young scrapper to help an old man out. Talk to Wally. You'll find him out by the docks. After that, gear up, and then meet me at the ward gate. I'll tell you a story.
Довольно приятно, как они сделали. Теперь, что на самом... Теперь, наконец-таки, показывают, куда тебе, чё, кого, с кем. А не как раньше.
I see you, traveler. You're the one Ford's been waiting for, though he doesn't know he's been waiting. He thinks he needs help. It's her who needs it. You know. And you don't. Sorry, I shouldn't say. Things get messier when I tell them. I'm Wallace. Did I say that yet? Probably. The site, you know? Sorry, I probably said that already too. You have a path to walk. You choose the first step here, but your path can change if you wanted to.
Прикольная собачка. Медик, блядь, как этот. Сука, чумной доктор. Ладно, пошли за медиком.
Yep. That makes a lot of sense now. You're right, of course. Your path is waiting. Tell Brabus and McCabe I sent you. They have what you need. They're the next step on your journey. I'll see you again, traveler.
Все бы ничего, если бы у меня еще должен быть открытый 4-й, сука, класс. Или 5-й. По-моему, 5-й, да. Потому что купил ультимейт. Но его, сука, нету. Охуенно, блядь. Все уходит в этот. Скиллы, перки, трейд.
What you need, Wanderer? That boy what talks to the root? I don't trust Wally with a hot meal. But I also ain't dumb enough to cross him. I don't reckon he was any more specific. Right. Well, the boy's crazy, but he ain't stupid. I can see your gear is, lacking, to say the least. If he asks, you tell him, Riggs is gonna talk my ear off if I don't send you over to him next, isn't he? Fine. Go see Riggs, then. Tell him he can do whatever the hell he wants.
Бля, охуенно, конечно, когда все уходит в это за экран. Я это, блядь, обожаю.
Need more ammo?
I don't suppose he was more particular about why. Ha! Yeah, that sounds like Travis. Right. Well, I've got a pretty focused skill set. I reckon I know what he means. Come to me if you ever need to upgrade your equipment. So long.
Yay, you're back. Shit. You're serious, aren't you? Alright, so what the hell is this journey? Damn right it sounds crazy, but that's how I know you ain't lying. Only Wally would do that to a person. Fine. Well, the only reason anyone bothers me is because I'm good with a hammer. So either I can modify your weapons, or we can find a more creative use for it. Tell you what, I heard you picked up something strange on your little jaunt earlier. Maybe I could do something with it.
Mm-hmm.
how to help with whatever journey he saw you on. Just tell Wally to be more specific next time, yeah? So we're done here, right? Or do I need the hammer again? Good. Move along, traveler. I'm a busy woman.
Так, форт, это у нас было на втором этаже. Ага, и сундук я потрогать не могу. А, то есть мы сейчас идем в бункер? Ну, заебись.
I hope I can be as strong as she is someday.
Я бью женщин и детей, потому что я сильнее. Я бью женщин и детей.
Should we head out? Or, is there something you wanted to do first? Then let's not waste any more time. This way.
Пошли изучать тогда.
Still smells like home. Here, take this. Just crank the handle to make it work. This used to be a research facility, cutting edge. We did things down here nobody dreamed of. Not before nor since.
Yet, for all our manpower, we didn't know what the stones really were. Until it was too late.
The stones?
The world stones. Giant red crystals that let us see into other worlds. Even travel to them. So, what? We just hide the stones away and hope the Soviets haven't found their own. No. We had to know everything there was to know about them. It was a matter of national security. Of pride. So yeah, we opened the door and walked through.
But something was waiting on the other side.
It didn't happen right away. Hell, the inhabitants of the worlds we traveled to couldn't follow us. We thought we were safe. But yeah, the route found a way. After that, well, we all know what happened after that.
Бля, старая база, сука, вообще не изменилась. Тут замуровали.
This is my house. Come on. I gave Ellen a few things to hang on to in case of emergency.
Тут не
She
замуровали.
must have hidden it around here somewhere. Come on, Ellie, where'd you hide it? That red thing. We call it a dragon heart. Don't ask why. Take it with you. You might need it.
О, да. Старый камешек телепортации. Так что делать?
Come on, let's go.
Да-да, я иду. Хули ты там
There you
оказался?
are. Hurry up. Hey, take a look at that matchbook you found. I got a hunch.
А, ну нихуя себе.
Can't stand around all day.
Вот будет весело.
Is that the...
The World Stone. Yes. Or part of it, anyway. Every shard's as useful as the whole. We shut it down after Harsgard died. Like I told Ellen at the time. The damn thing's more dangerous than useful. Huh. Of course not. Never mind. Now, let's see if that worked.
Work to do what, exactly?
Технология лабиринта.
So many years. So many journeys. I wonder if the Andrew Ford who first touched this crystal, did he ever come back? Go back. Tell Bo to bury this place. Not just lock it away, but get some explosives and bury it in a tomb of concrete. More dangerous than useful, traveler. Remember that.
Ford? Ford? Ford! Oh, man. Bo is gonna be pissed.
А, пиздец.
That bastard did it. He actually woke it up.
Clementine? Hey.
Did he tell you how to use it? Do I even want to?
System failure is imminent. The core has been compromised. The utility is required. Commencing acquisition.
Help! Clementine! Don't let go! I'm slipping! Somebody take me!
Да.
Shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Shit! Oh no! Don't do it! Don't you do it! Oh, this is so stupid.
И мы магическим образом тпхаемся сразу. Заебись.
Clementine? Ford? Shit. Where are you guys? This is all insane. Both the crystal and Ford. I better get moving if I'm in.
А, так еще и элита у нас. Еще одна элита. Бля, я думаю, я нажал. Сука, это просто музыка была, блядь. Где мы остановились? Ладно, почитали, хватит. Бля, еще книга. Что-то не подскажешь, что мне надо будет запоминать вот эти знаки. Да, я сюда придется возвращаться. Это 100%. Блять, я не хочу читать все это. Задолбался. Еще один рецепт. Сундук. Так, это история. Позже понадобится, наверное, а это тоже какая-то фигня. Бежим, бежим. Страдать хуйней. Так, со статуями я вроде как ничего не могу делать.
Whoa. Is that it?
Пистолеты кончились. Полечился, блядь. То есть это все можно ломать. Что ж, идем дальше тогда смотреть. Так, Alt-Z. Что было? Alt F10. Надо запомнить. Это что за звуки? Стрим еще стримится, окей. Идем дальше ставить хуйней. Плюс один сундучок. Прыгать вниз я не хочу. Корень даже до сюда добрался, я вас понимаю. Похуй, поехали сюда. Так, ну если это телепорт, я пока туда не хочу. Нет, на телепорт мне пока не надо. А, да ладно, можно было? И что сейчас будет? Да, сука, босс-файт? Нет, Роса нет.
Boy, Anna. Come. Come. We have been waiting. That's far enough. Paxotech. It stands before the Eternal Empress, Mistress of the Red Court, favored of the Thane. Yet it is nothing. Hoofless, feckless, interloper.
Easy now.
And where it stands, it dies.
Whoa, maybe we could talk about this?
Dafka. It seems it shall live. For now. But tell us, Paxotech, what woes does it bring this time? Her Majesty is unsurprised by its solipsism. From the Krell to Ford to the Destroyer, Paxotech ever served the wants of the self. Her Majesty knows the path to the Paxotech's goal. It will choose respect, Paxotech. Do not mistake temperance for familiarity. Her Majesty is the immortal ruler of a civilization older than most worlds. It will speak to her as such, or it will suffer. It is but a narrow stone her eternity has given the Paxotech to stand upon. It will not forget again. It deserves death, yet spits at the alternative. Her infinitude is too gracious. Yet, let it decide. Her permanence savors either outcome. She desires only to bring the Nunyutav back to the pen, to draw her people back from the abyss created by the Sundering. But the abomination bedevils her will. A horror, wretched in her sight. Let the Paxotech face this dark spirit. Be not her bane, but her blade. Then the Paxotech shall have its reward. Ask then, but do not test her eternity's grace. Does it need a reason to obey eternity? Perhaps hating the fiend as we do would sharpen its edge. We once had a guardian, a god of many faces. This one of many was destroyed by Paxotech. And now, in the Guardian's rotting remains, root and ruin have entwined into a horror and mockery of divinity. Just so. Peace and greatness, Paxotech. Nunyutav will once again return to the Eternal Court, bringing immortality to the deserved. And the Deathless One will put her hoof through the black heart of the root. The end of the root is a blessing to all. Her eternity aches to sing them into oblivion. When the dark spirit wormed its decay into our god, the husk of the blessed Thane grew malign. The eternal ziggurat was torn asunder. Our world now hangs by its tendrils, and our future by a strand of hope thinner still. A mortal concept. Vengeance is for those whose lives are too short to see beyond it. Her eternity's vision spans the totality of time. Vengeance is too petty a word. The foolish Kuri could sooner comprehend the desires of the sun than the Paxotech could grasp the powers of her permanence. It speaks above its station. We do not explain ourselves to Paxotech. If it asks again, her answer shall be written in steel. The path to desire is neither easy nor safe. Go forth, blade. Cut away the rot that plagues this world. Prove there is one Paxotech that is more useful living than dead.
Понятно, то есть мы только что избежали босс-файта. Хотя на такой арене я бы не хотел бы сражаться. Слишком все, сука, маленькое. Понятно. Сука, не надо было трогать.
Come and get some. Holy hell. This is it. Holy hell.
Да ладно, чё, кого-то сагрил? Ты, блядь, откуда взялась? Хвататься голыми руками за деревянную лестницу и по ней скользить? Да, очень умно. Ну и как бы ты чё такое? А, ну нихуя себе. Больно так-то. Так, а чё за реликвия? Нет! Я не выпил, отлично. Ноль 415, то есть код одинаковый, окей. Сука, можно как бы текст нормально? Ладно, я думаю, эти баги визуально пофиксить.
This is it. Whoa. That's it?
Так, мы еще живы. Так, я вижу фиолетовый предмет, я вижу.
Alright, let's do this.
Что ты, блядь, такое? Ебать, что было сейчас? Нет! Сука, столько разветвлений. Жалко, я за самонера не играю только. Да. Если бы я играл бы за самонера, это было бы охуенным колечком. Что ты такое?
What summons me from my ethereal wanderings? Luzar. What kind of beast is this? I see. You gaze upon verdant Mydra, spirit of the wood, nymph of the dappled glade. I seek the knowing, beast, the truth of nature held within your ark. You want to answer, so I will ask. Answer these questions true, sweet beast, so that your ark may be known and your eye may open. And do choose wisely. Answer from your heart.
Бля, это что, мне сейчас Википедию открывать, смотреть, что отвечать?
You and your youngest kin often go hunting, but the younger has never felled a mark. One day, a magnificent beast appears, and they cannot tell whose shot struck true. You know that their shot flew into the bushes while yours found the beast's heart. But out of pity, you tell them that they struck the killing blow. Upon your return to town, your kin proudly claims the kill and is offered a job by the town butcher. Do you allow the butcher and your kin to believe your deception? Or do you admit the truth? You and 4 of your kin cross a mountain range to return to your homeland. Unknowingly, you set camp on another clan's sacred burial ground. In recompense, the clan requires you to leave your eldest with them for 2 years. No harm will come to them, but you may have no contact during that time. If you agree, you and the rest of your kin may leave freely. If you refuse, your family must face a trial by combat. Do you leave your eldest to the unknown, or risk death in battle? Well done. A runaway cart races down the track toward 5 miners. You and a stranger are on a footbridge above, witnessing this. The stranger, who happens to be very large, leans over the rail to get a better look. You could save the lives of the 5 miners by shoving him onto the track below, stopping the cart with his bulk. Do you push the stranger, or risk the death of the 5 miners?
Сука. Философский, блядь, вопрос. Убить одного человека и спасти 5, либо спасти одного и убить 5. Сука, похуй, толкаем.
Oh, what fun this is! You are the ruler of your people, but a small group of rebels has taken arms against you. You could seek out a mutual solution, but doing so prolongs the conflict and may bear no fruit at all. Or you could wipe them out and end the conflict immediately. Do you treat with the rebels, or do you preserve the peace? I see. Your village suffers from a terrible goon. He beats those weaker than he until they can no longer stand. All who have tried to reason with him have ended up the same way. Do you aid the victims or attempt to destroy the goon? You cannot do both. Ha! Oh dear. No bother, it's nothing. Moving on. You have chosen your path, sweet beast. Your heart is true. May the power of the doe's eye free you from your incarnate shackles. In the arc of every being, there are two eyes. We may see out of either, but most favor one over the other. The Ravager's eye is dynamic, driven, and endlessly hungry. Yet for all its power, its vision is clouded. The eye of the Ravager rarely sees beyond its own satiation. Like an animal chasing its tail, it knows no rest. The doe's eye sees only what is before it. The gift of the doe is subtle, easily missed. It is a most mysterious presence inside oneself, conferring power without force, just as the doe itself cannot be sought, nor tracked, nor hunted. By answering true, sweet beast, you give me a wink, and now the gifts of your dominant eye will be open to you. Would you care to hear a tale? It is about those who see as you do.
Пиздец, это я типа правильно ответил все.
I will tell you of Ramaril, the servant child of the Vaunt. I found Ramaril as a babe, large and angry as only a hungry babe can be. Nothing became of him, as it happened. He grew from a great, crying babe to a great, quiet Pan. He served without word or complaint. None knew his name, for though one might thank the creator of a meal or a washroom, who even considers the child who merely cleans up after? When the Krell came, they laid siege to the temple. None could escape nor call for help. All were doomed. The doe's eye opened in Ramaril that day. He was no fighter and had no training of any kind. But he lifted the largest shield he could find and told the others to run once he'd made away. He drove dozens of Krell over a cliff, and himself with them. Later, his masters came to me seeking to know more of this boy who had saved them, whom I had laid at their doorstep. I told them many stories. One might even consider them true. Is there anything else? Knowledge of me? Of our wonderful world? You stand before Midra, spirit of the natural world, daughter of Stem and Stream. My sisters and I are the glorious weavers of all wild beauty. When mountain, spring, and sturdy tree trunk take your breath, sweet beast, that is us. That is our blessing. An immeasurable number. Mother Stem and Mother Stream rely on us to sprawl and grow. Though we don't often commune with beasties such as you. Not in this age.
Especially not since what happened to Keula. A tragedy, Beast. Tragedy most cruel. Keula was fascinated by mortals, by your lives and stories. Unlike most of us, she made herself no secret. And you worshipped her with your short lives. Even built her a house. A temple, you called it. The root found her there. We godlings are not easily unwoven, however, and it slew her not. But perhaps it would be better if it had. For what remains is no longer the sister I knew. But we hold happy thoughts. Regret only wastes one life with another. Is there something else we can talk about? By day, a dappled glade of emerald branch and golden leaf, carpeted by downy moss. By night, sweet beast, the trees bewitch the lost and inebriated. Or so it was before this age of extermination. How I long to return to play. This age, for me, holds only decay. This has been just a lovely distraction.
%. Ничего нового тут, ничего нового, колечки похуй.
Glad that's over.
Here they come.
Взяла, куда-то убежала. Ничего не сказав.
This isn't looking good. Glad that's over.
Хорошо, что стамина теперь бесконечная. Можно нормально так бегать. Но я все-таки хотел бы понять, почему мне недоступен целый класс, который, по идее, входит в предзаказ.
Whoa. It's over.
Пока что игрушка выглядит прикольно. Но я не очень люблю вот эти вот слишком долгие повороты. Слишком много разных путей в одну и ту же сторону. Потому что это меня, мягко говоря, заставляет проходить один и тот же путь по несколько раз. Сука, откуда у вас тут столько? Где элита? Кто сагрился? Ты кто такой?
For now.
Так, что мне это дает? Медик. Мне нравится, как подлагивает, когда открываю-закрываю камеру. Ну, что поделать. Хватит вещать как сучки, блин, на весь лес.
Good. For now.
Что-то патрончики начинают заканчиваться.
Okay, this is it. Holy hell.
На карту они так-то да, увеличили в размерах. Нам сколько еще изучать всего. Я тебя слышу. есть я проебал целый сундук, я вас понял. Да бля, что за мазл такой?
Damn. Is it over?
Glad that's over.
Yeah.
Okay, this is it. Whew.
Come on.
Что ты мне скажешь, что мне сюда надо будет возвращаться потом?
Music? That can't be.
To me, friend Paxultek. I am here. Friend Paxultek, it returns. Of course, many seasons ago, Paxultek and I spoke of songs and... of course. It is not the same Paxultek. Forgive me. The horns, it does not have them. A new friend then, hmm? So what brings it to beleaguered Yesha? I have searched these woods for countless days, and seen neither Pan nor Paxultek. All save for the great Thane tree, for it has been corrupted by our once god, the one of many. I dare not tread therein. If there is hope, you will find it there. Travel through this temple, to the far woods, and on to the Widow's Court. The Thane can be found thus. But beware, friend Paxultek. The Thane is a dark place, bedeviled by the rot that now consumes our forest. Tread lightly. It is my pleasure, Paxultek. Quite so. Paxultek have graced this world for generations. The Elder, the one it calls forth. The Destroyer, to whom many faces fell. The Wanderer, who faced the Ravager and lived. Alas, songs are not sung of Paxultek, but I am blessed to have met many. Its kind bring this one joy and song. All life stems from the great tree. So say the songs. The Thane is the heart of the Pan. If there is any hope at all, it lies in that direction. I rest only. These lands have not been safe since the one of many was taken from us. Yet none have bothered me here as of yet. The forest dies, Paxultek. The balance has either failed or betrayed us. There is little hope now, except in song. Praise be the one of many. Mortal faces lie, but the one of many is incapable, veracious beyond question. So goes the song. The god of many faces has watched over every generation of the Pan, even before our people found Yesha. Even when our songs praised the tree over the god. Yet our negligence brought a cost. And the one of many was killed by, forgive me, a most recusant Paxurtek. Now the waning of our great tree has allowed corruption to come, infecting our once mighty guardian. I fear greatly for Yesha, friend Paxurtek. But we must hold faith in the balance. Ah, the eternal empress, Genas the Perennial, mistress of the Thane, favored of the... forgive me, great Genas has so many titles, I can scarce remember them all. It was she who discovered the Tree of Life, and it is she who brings peace to the Pan for generation after generation. The Thane is our life, the Empress our root. Yet the tree wanes, and corruption devours Yesha's every corner. Her divine permanence has protected us for long and long, but is she as enduring as the songs say? Listen to me. I must trust the songs. Hope and faith are kin. One cannot have one without the other. Even now, yes, corruption swallows all things, and the balance is held in check. Or perhaps the balance turns against the Pan. The outcome is the same. It began slowly at first. A remote grove in the forest. Then the death of our god. Now, even the beasts, the gods, and nature itself succumb to the rot. Some blame Paxurtek. But though Paxurtek have come and gone, the rot both precedes and remains. If fault lies anywhere, I think it may lie with the Pan. The blessing of Yesha go with it.
То есть это у нас главный данж, нам надо вот туда. Ну что ж, побежали тогда. Куда идем с пиеточком? Большой секрет. И не расскажем мы о нем. И нет, и нет, и нет. Ну, здравствуй, Дароу.
Might I be of assistance again? Very well, sweet beast. Be on your way.
thank the founder. You're alive. Where's... What happened? Yeah, I'll bet if the World Stone's involved. Maybe, start at the beginning. You were with the founder in the old ward, right? Where'd he go? I knew the founder was up to something. I mean, who else wants to visit the old ward, huh? Look, I'm sorry you got involved in this, Traveler. So, then what happened? Wait, what? Clementine? Where is she? Is she okay? Right, sorry. Clementine, she means a lot to all of us. We gotta find her. I'll get everybody together. If she went through the World Stone, she could be anywhere. Hey, I get that, but she could be anywhere. Do you understand? It's a World Stone. It takes you to other worlds. All right, I'll get Brabus and Riggs. I'll tell them to... Oh, what the hell am I doing? I don't know what's out there any more than you do. Oh, I'd be putting the whole town at risk. Clem wouldn't want that. Hell, it's a miracle you came back. No, we gotta trust you on this, like you said. Is that all right? Thanks, Traveler. Talk to the folks around town. They should have any supplies you need. You know, Ford used to tell me, old Commander Ford, not the founder, that a leader and a hero are two different things. The leader's place is always with her people. I thought she was just taking a dig at her grandfather for leaving all the time, but I think I'm starting to understand her better now. Yeah, she's doing great. Can't keep her down, really. As soon as she heard you disappeared with the founder, she was on her feet. Nothing the doc said would stop her. I don't know what she was doing all that time. Looking for you, maybe, or just keeping herself busy. Anyway, all that anxiety of hers turned out to be pretty helpful. She even set up shop over toward the entrance gate. You should go see her. She don't show it, but she's worried sick about you. Keeps talking about leaving, but never does.
Было 3 человека, стал 1 человек.
Yeah, so after you and the founder went missing, Riggs and I went looking for you. Found the stone floating and glowing like the old days. And I had a hunch what happened. You know, not my first experience with this thing, you know. I wanted it out here this time, so we could help anyone who came through right away. Turns out that was the right choice. Who knows how long it would have taken you to get out of that old ward. Right. So, long time ago, when the root were still everywhere, I helped the Wanderer get to the oldest ward somewhere out past the... tell the truth, I don't even know where it is. Now that's the thing about the World Stone. They don't give you any idea where you are or how you got there. I don't know how the Wanderer got used to it. Yeah, that's what they call them. Yeah, I didn't come up with it. Yeah, the Wanderer did all the real stuff. Entered the ward, fought the root, found Clementine. Anyway, yeah, I know better than most. Anything can come out of one of these things. I mean, I knew she was gone. I just didn't know she was that gone. Clem takes off from time to time, you know? It's just her way. She'll disappear for hours, sometimes days at a time. Well, I never liked it, but she can take care of herself, yeah? And it's not like I could stop her anyway. And she always came back, saying she just needed to be alone for a while, and I can respect that. I just wish she'd talk to someone, you know? Yeah, well, the Founder's his own thing, ain't he? It's not the first time he's disappeared on us. Not even the 5th time. Commander Ford, the Founder's granddaughter, used to say relying on the founder was like running across rubble. Now, you could do it for a while, but sooner or later,
Почти 3 часа
it'll
стрим.
let you down. Now, I don't know if I'd go that far, but Founder Ford, he was always more of like, well, more of an idea to us than a leader. Hell, when I was a kid, everyone thought he'd been dead for years. That's the thing about the founder. He never stays gone. A week, a year, a decade. Somehow he always finds his way back here. Right, if you need anything, you know where to find me.
Так, поехали. Открывать секретки. Так, теперь я тебя могу... Значит, что там было? 0, 4, 1, 5. Карго. Это у нас где?
Oh, traveler. You know where to find me.
Ты не буду я улучшать оружие, отвалите.
Lily stopped by. Brought some more vegetables for the stew.
God, tell me it ain't more radishes.
You ever tried eating paper? No, me neither.
So many new faces these days. Things must be getting a mite easier out there. Welcome, traveler. I'm Reginald Malone, but my friends call me Reggie. You can too. Heard the old founder dragged you down into the ward on some mysterious business of his. I'm glad to see one of you came back safe and sound. Can't say the same for Ford. Clementine neither. Wish she hadn't gone and followed you. I don't suppose you know where they are now. Taken? I don't like the sound of that. Well, I hope you don't give up on him. Ford now. I suspect he'll come back when he's good and ready. But folks are worried about Clementine. Getting right to business. I respect that. If you got scrap, I got you covered. All right, then. Take care, traveler. Good to see you. I could tell you stories all day, traveler. What would you like to know? Old as teeth, friend. Old as teeth. Everything we know comes from Founder Ford. That title don't come from nowhere. He was there at the start. When the world ended, about 120 years ago, give or take a decade, Ford and some survivors took shelter in old Ward 13 over there. I don't know how many wards there were, but they were all part of something called the Dreamer Project that went bad. Real bad. There are rumors. Some say he made a deal with the Root, and that's why he's so hell-bent on stopping him. Some say he was experimented on in the Dreamer Project. Some say he found some kind of magic out there in the years when he was traveling.
Спокойной ночи, Дань.
Truth is, nobody knows. Maybe not even Ford himself. Personally, I think Ford's just tough as dirt and refuses to die. Ford and Clementine are the only ones what really know, and they don't like to talk about it. But old Reggie's got a gift for collecting stories, and I've gleaned a few things. At the wards, see, they connected people to machines that made them dream about other worlds. But these worlds were real, and the dreamers were seeing through the eyes of someone that lived there. Sounds like a bridge too far, don't it? It did for me too. At least until I met Clementine. The story's pretty long, friend. Let me know if you get tired of the telling. After the world fell, see, Founder Ford carried the whole burden of what happened on his shoulders. Tell the truth, I don't think he ever put that burden down. But let's see, where were we? Ah, yes. Founder Ford carried a heavy burden in those earlier days. Probably still does. But what could he do? At first, nothing. He pressed on with the work of helping others survive. If you ask me, that was the best thing he could have done. It never should have stopped. Maybe he wouldn't have if Evelyn hadn't. See, Evelyn was his wife, and she was something special. She could hear the root, see what they saw. At first, she thought she was going insane. But then she started using it, spying on the dead wood. And she saw something coming. Something big. She saw a monster, something the ward, the whole city couldn't handle. And only one way out. She communed with the root, I guess you'd call it. Melded her mind to theirs and drove the monster off. But the root swallowed her, body and mind, until there was nothing left of Evelyn Ford. Her husband lost it then. He left the ward for months, sometimes years at a time, wandering the worlds trying to find something, anything that could stop the root. And one day, he just didn't come back. Well, now my story's not through yet. The Fords, they had a daughter, Nadine. She was maybe 17 when her mother disappeared. Too young to run the ward, but when her pa was gone, folks would ask her their questions instead. Then one day, she was just in charge of everything. Nadine had her own daughter, Ellen, who really made us who we are today. Commander Ellen Ford inherited her mother's pragmatism, her grandfather's doggedness, and her grandmother's willingness to make hard choices. So whenever someone showed up, dehydrated, starving, half mad from loss, she took them in, taught them a trade in medicine and supplies, gave them a family. So you were paying attention. I owe a lot to Ellen Ford, and we all do. When I miss her something fierce, let me tell you. She was one of the dreamers, if you can believe it. The only one still alive, as far as I can tell. She says she got sucked out somehow, dragged into her dream world before the root came to Earth. I don't understand it much. I reckon she don't either. But she found herself in a place called RUS, a world covered in snow and inhabited by giant intelligent rats. Don't know how she survived, but I imagine it has to do with those powers of hers. Hey, that's the story I still haven't gotten out of her. Sure is, but power like that don't come without a cost. I can only imagine what it must take out of her to control a power like that. Oh, about 20-odd years ago, we had almost nothing left. Trapped in Ward 13 with nowhere to go and the root getting worse all around us. Then this stranger wanders in out of the storm, makes friends, picks up some gear, and damned if they don't take the fight to the root. I still don't know if that wanderer was crazy or brave or both, but they did it. They beat the root, and things got better day by day. Once it seemed safe to live outside again, Commander Ford made plans to build this town here. She was a force, that woman. Founder Ford came back once. Did I mention that? almost 60 years ago, right after his daughter Ellen's mother passed away. Ellen couldn't have been more than 18 at the time, but she told him the war didn't need him. Didn't have room for some legend who was just as likely to leave as to lead. I reckon Founder Ford saw the wisdom of that, because a while later, he left again and didn't return for a long time. When he finally did, he wasn't leading us no more. He was content to leave the war in better hands, Ellen's hands. Well, she fell sick some time ago. Most of us have lost folks without any chance to say goodbye. But we got that with Ellen. Why, she even made things right with her grandfather before the end, or so I hear. The two of them together put Bo in charge of the ward. No one was more surprised about that than Bo. But you know what? He's the right man for the job. Ain't no one loves a ward, loves these people more than the kid who was raised by him. He's gonna do all right. The Wanderer was on a mission from the start. Said something about getting to the tower on the old atoll out there. Sounded crazy the first time I heard it. But turns out, that tower was one of the old wards. The Wanderer's path wasn't easy, though. Our Wanderer had to track down Founder Ford just to find a way in. And that meant following his trail. Just you wait. I'm getting to that. Well, Ford had seemed to have gotten himself mixed up in another world's affairs, helping a rebellion out here, and he was imprisoned for it. Now, no one here knew that, but the Root Mother knew. And that's who our Wanderer left to see. The Root Mother's got a story all her own, and I don't know half of it. Before she was the Root Mother, she was Evelyn Ford. That's right, the Founder's wife. Bound herself to the Root, she did, and it changed her. Turned her into something else. But when the Wanderer showed up, she pulled herself out. The Root Mother, or whatever she called herself after that, sent our Wanderer down a trail of sorrow, at the end of which was the Founder himself. The Wanderer freed him, and used his knowledge to get into the tower, and destroy the last Dreamer. Or what we thought was the last Dreamer anyway. It did weaken the Root for a time, but I guess that weren't the whole story. So, the Dreamer was dead, the storm subsided, but the Root, they were still around. Then Founder Ford tells us about the oldest ward, the first one, where the Dreamer Project began. He hoped there might be some clue there as to why the Deadwood was still coming to our world. So our Wanderer goes a-hunting. They found more than even old Ford bargained for. You ain't wrong. Place was full of doors, and I'm not talking about the quiet humankind. One of these doors led to the world of Resum, where the Wanderer found Clementine. Clementine opened a door what nobody else could have opened. And inside? I hate to admit it, but I don't know what they found inside. All I know is the Root stopped coming when the Wanderer and Clementine were through. They'd done it. Saved the whole damn world. Just making sense of things. Stories make us who we are. If we don't share them, don't learn from them, we're just bouncing around in the dark. I could tell you stories all day, traveler. What would you like to know? Don't be a stranger.
Well, hey, get away from my stew! Oh, it's you. Oh, nonsense. I'm sure you had a reason. Mi casa et tu, Brute. And all that. So, what can old Mudtooth do for you, huh? Lucky for you, I've got answers. Good ones, too. Quite a bit, stranger. The name's Mudtooth. And ain't nobody been around longer or seen more than I have. Except maybe old Ford, of course. But that old mudder cheats. Anyway, he hardly tells any of his stories. Only 3 reasons why folks come to see me. And that's my stories or my stew. Yeah. So, young'un, what'll it be? That's so? Huh. Did I tell you about the stories yet? Right. So, let me see here. Folks come see me for my stories and my stew and... Listen, you sure I said there were 3 reasons? 'Cause there's only 2, and that's certain. Don't worry, it happens to all of us. You'll lose a lot more than that if you get to be my age. Town, you call it. Back in my day, a place like this wouldn't be considered much more than a camp or a bivouac. You might call it. Nah, this ain't no town. Not yet. But it is a fine place to set up kip. I lived by myself for years, see? Had myself a what you calls it, a hockapatopter. That thing could fly to the moon and back. It could. Anywho, I was living by myself when my boy Brabus showed up saying we should move on. Told me it wasn't safe for me to be living like I've been living no more. He told me about this place. Got some nice people here. Took some getting used to, being around folks again. Well, Brabus, he's my son. 'Twere his idea to come join this little shanty town. Not a bad idea it was, neither. He's over yonder, at the shooting range, if you're looking to find him. Not much of a talker, though, that one. Guess he didn't get his old man's gift for gab, eh? You bet your apple I can, but these ain't just stories, stranger. They're objective retellings of legitimate occurrences what you wouldn't believe. Now, where to start? Let me tell you what those folks were up to in that atoll, that Ward 10 and 7. That was where they did their experimenting, see? They made weapons for the USA. That's what this land was called back then. And the root, you see. They were cloned. Yes, sir. They found root D and A trapped in red amber, and they done built themselves an army. But this army, it got out of hand and turned against them. Couldn't tell the difference between the Usanayans and whatever else there was. Pretty good weapon, if you ask me. Nigh on slaughter the whole damn world. Makes you think, though. What else were them Usanayans capable of? Maybe it's for the best they ain't around no more. You won't believe this one, but you should. You've been introduced to that girl Clementine. Powerful woman she is, but she weren't always so. She's near as old as Ford is, if you can believe it. Even older than my old bones, how about it? Those two have a lot in common, including traveling to other worlds. You see, she was born on Earth, but Clementine spent 100 years on a snow world called Rhysome. They call it that on account of some you read and some you don't. Anyway, what was she doing all that time? Training. See, Rhysome's full of giant talking rats. They got warrior rats and midwife rats and even mystic rats. Clementine, she learned under the tutelage of a two-headed mystic named Sebum. Taught her everything she knows. She don't talk about it, of course, on account of Sebum's a wanted man. Rat, I guess. But it's God's own truth. I met the man myself, Rat. Stop me if I told you this one already. So, I gotten separated from the Crazy Eight, my gang, you see. We've been chased by these big old deadwood taller than a man with 10 times as many pointy bits. Whew, nasty fellers. The others, they holed up in this old scrap building and slammed the door. Left me for dead. There was no way in, but there were these old pipes underground. Sewage, judging by the stink. But I weren't gonna stay out there with deadwood creeping round, so I held my breath and crawled through what must have been half a mile. I come busting out of the pipes and right into the middle of the Crazy Eight. They were holding me a funeral. I stand up, covered in mud and God knows what else, and just smile at them. And that, friend, is where I got the name Mudtooth. Ah, here's a good one. So this wanderer comes up to visit me at my heliocopter, right? They're decked out with guns, but they walk up and ask for stew and a story. I'm thinking they'll get tired, wander off, and take my story somewhere else like all the rest. But they don't. They listen to all of it. And I think to myself, this mutter actually wants to hear these. Huh. And it reminds me of Yeah, I'm getting to it. And I think to myself, this mutter actually wants to hear these. Reminds me of my ma, tell you the truth, the way I'd listen to her, and the way my boy Brabus used to listen to me. Before he turned away, that wanderer reminded me of family. And that's the most important thing, ain't it? So I figure I ain't left long for this world. So I give him my wife's old watch in thanks. Ain't too long after that, my boy Brabus comes back in person, first time in years, with a watch chain peeking out his pocket. I knew a good thing when I saw it. I didn't say nothing. Just welcomed the boy back like nothing had changed. Family's the most important thing we got in this world, young'un. Don't forget that. Oh, here's a good one. You met my boy Brabus yet? He's a handful, that one. Always has been. Got into a scrap when he was 5, he did. Knocked down a boy had to be, twice his age. And 3 to 6 times his height, at least. Well, that boy's pa didn't take it none too well. And this pa, phew, like a pair of fists with leg bones. That boy's pa wanted to take some skin out of me for it. Now, I ain't proud of what I did next, but, oh, who am I kidding? I wouldn't be telling you if I weren't proud, now would I? But, like I taught Brabus, say as I do as I say. And anyways, I couldn't back down from a fight, not in front of the Crazy Eight. Come to think of it, that's probably how Brabus got the way he is. Anyway, I fight the man. He could have crushed my head between market and roast beef, but I aimed to win, not fight fair. I pointed at nothing at all behind him, then smooshed a scoop of mud straight into his mouth. Then, while he was a-spitting and a-sputtering, I hit him hard. So hard that when he fell, my muddy hand came away with 3 of his teeth in it. And that, friend, is the true story of how I got the name Mudtooth. You won't believe this one, but you should. Ain't no one on this planet more beautiful or dangerous than the Moth Queen. She rules an old swamp about 100 miles off in, that direction. Folks say, if you climb one of these here towers on a clear night, you can see the swamp lights a-flashing. But them ain't no ordinary swamp lights. And she ain't no ordinary queen. She don't lead her people, who really ain't even people, come to think of it. Anyways, the Moth Queen draws her folk to her like well, like a moth, I guess. That's how the saying goes. Anyway, she captures folks with her beauty and her mothy pulchritude. And she never lets them go. She infects their mind so they never want to leave. And she turns them into something else. If you head off that way, keep your wits about you. 'Cause that swamp used to be a city as big as this'n. But no more. No more. Oh, here's a good one. This city ain't without its own tales. Why, there's a tower, see? What only appears once in a gibbous August moon. Kinda looks like a big yellow-orange pumpkin. Within that tower's a man. Except he's not a man. He's a wizard, see? And he Hey, watch it. So, now, and within that tower is a man. Except he's not a man. He's a wizard, see? He calls himself the Keeper, and he controls everything. I've seen him myself. Even talked to him once. Man's smart as hell. So smart, even I can't keep up with him. He says he watches over all of us. But if that's the case, then he ain't been doing such a good job. I mean, look around you. But I reckon he means well. And that tower, I think, is like a spaceship he uses to teleportate to other planets. You go walk the city in Harvest Pumpkin Moon. You'll see what I mean. You won't believe this one, but you should. I ever tell you about the time I killed 300 deadwood in one go? Whoo, that's a tale. So, I lived up in this old, Helio-Chapataka or whatcha-who's-its great sniper's nest. Let me pop off deadwood from a mile away. But one night, I wake up to a rustling and a howling, right? I look outside, and there's deadwood all around the place. Hundreds of them. But they don't stop coming. And I'm thinking, this is finally it. But then, I see tucked away behind an old building the cracked open end of an old gas main. So, I squint my good eye and pray to Kennedy, Jeebus, and Cash. And I squeeze the trigger, and my bullet flies through the air like a hawk to a coney. Caw-caw! It scrapes the pipe, and boom! Whole damn horde goes up in flames. Not a single one of them left. Deadwood never did bother me after that. You'll like this one. You ever wonder what the world was like before the Deadwood came? Well, pull up a chair, young'un. The world was filled with people. I'm talking millions, maybe even bazillions. Why, you couldn't sneeze without snotting someone in the face. Now, these folks weren't like us nowadays. They had so much food that they would eat for fun. They'd get together to eat the extra meat. They had spare ribs, called it a barbecue. They were immune to all kinds of diseases. And every one of them, every one, had a puppy. Huh. And that there world was run by, let's see here, no more shoes. I'm drowning in boots. Huh? Oh, right. Anyways. And the world was run by, let's see here. What was it now? A presidentures. Yeah, that's it. On account of the ceremonial wooden teeth. Whole damn world was ruled by the presidentures of the United States. Yes, sir. It was a better time then. Folks resolved their differences by coming together, listening to each other's problems and trying to solve them together. Oh, I guess that's what young Bo's trying to do with this place, ain't he? He ain't done half bad so far, neither. I reckon you gotta go through the bad to get to the good again. It's always there waiting if you just keep on looking. Ho, 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 ho! Here's a good one. So I was on a scrounge with the Crazy Eight. That was my gang back in the day. We came across this old hospital, see? Folks were holed up in the basement, trapped there for God knows how long. But the Root had found those folks same time we did. Now the Crazy Eight, they were all for running. We got 88 problems, they'd say, and dead folks ain't one of them. But not me. I knew those folks needed help. Also, knew they had food and meds. So I fought for them, tooth and nail. Literally a-biting and a-chewing the damn deadwood off me. When it was over, the Crazy Eight come up to me, and I just smile at them, with root bits stuck all over my teeth. Looked like mud, they said. There you go, Mudtooth. Name stuck ever since. I told you, these ain't stories, but genuine actual history. So I can't just be making more up as a want. Give me some time to think. I'll remember up a good one for you later. Well, sure. Been cooking all day, getting the flavors just right. I'll be seeing you then.
Так, нам нужен карго.
God damn, it is you. The rumors had me thinking I might not ever see you again. They said you ran off with that old Ford fella and disappeared. I ain't seen you since. Where have you been? You mean that big-ass floating gym over there? Bo said it can take you other places, other worlds even. Before we got here, I'd have laughed in his face. But I've heard weirder stories than that. And I can see on your face, it ain't all make-believe, is it? Feels like anything can be true here. They even healed my root rot. I tell you what, I might just start believing in fairy tales. Even Santa Claus and Fulton's Blend. Yeah, I don't know what's in that stuff Doc Nora gave me, but I ain't felt this good for years. Hell, maybe it was Fulton's Blend. Ah, you know me. I get anxious sitting still for too long. So, I went out to the ruins and scrounged anything useful I could find. I was just doing what I do to survive, you know. Maybe get some things together for when we moved on, but then you didn't come back. And Bo said folks around here could use this stuff, so I set up shop. So hey, if you ever need anything out there in the worlds or whatever, you just let me know. I got all kinds of stuff for trade. Don't be a stranger, okay?
You met Dale? Dan owes me a rabbit. Or better yet, a rat.
Some days, I think I'm lucky I lived long enough to find this town.
Oh, yeah.
Сейчас приду. Мы вернулись.
What aid can Dwell provide? On. Be safe on its journey, Paxeltech.
You, again. All right then. Yep.
How goes it? So long.
Как я и знал, все могут справиться.
Holy hell.
Спросил, как поживает чатик, но никто не говорит. В чатике никого вроде как нету.
Never seen anything like this before. Great. More bad news. That's it. For now. Okay, this is it. This ain't good. At least that's over. That was rough. Great. More bad news. Whoa. That's it?
Блять. Сука, и как только они, блядь, загрузятся с такого расстояния. А, хотите сказать, все отреспавнились?
This is it. Glad that's over. Holy hell! Here they come. Whoa. Is that it?
Живы.
Well, at least that's over. Yeah. Whoa. It's over. Yeah. 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 Whoa. It's over. Ruh. Here they come.
О, да ладно. Сука, это мне надо хуйню покупать, кстати, которую я могу купить. Местность, конечно, красивая. У меня такой вопрос, а на кой черт убивать оленей, которые тут ходят? А, и это был просто обычный круг, понятно. Там до хрена могу. Привет, кто зашел в чатик.
Glad that's over.
Как насчет не надо?
That was rough.
Я это сделал.
Blade and spear, shield and stone. To arms, they come. Alive. Would that I were not. Doomed to watch the world wander past in rot. But And what wanders past today? A Paxotech. A terrible wonder, even for one who has seen many wonders. If its kind walk yesh a foreigner, then surely the wheel of the world is set to turn again. Perhaps it will grind me at last. Pain now outweighs peace in the measure of my days. God murderer. Know it nothing of the hoofless who have voyaged before it? Is it innocent of the lifeblood that stains its hairless hands? Curious. A curious race, Paxotech are, to be sure. How came I to this wretched state? Its eyes reached the question before its tongue left home or hearth. The tumbling ruin beneath its tender pads was once a fortification, an encircling bulwark to the greatest conurbation ever brought forth on Yesha's soil. Such faith we put in its solidity. Merchant and marshal, peasant and prince, their souls kneeled at the altar of within and without. But a wall is a false god, built to crumble. The only thing a wall ever truly divides is a fool from his wisdom. The rifts open swiftly. They split the bulwark stone as a hot needle kisses the onion skin of a boil, and the pus poured through on tangled wooden limbs. Yes, the final calamity. Their numbers endless. They rushed upon us like a river in flood. The end began. Teeming with life. The sun has never shone on a city greater, ruined, so that I might not even visit it in dreams, charnel by the root. Yes, the final calamity. Their numbers endless. They rushed upon us like a river in flood. The end began. For 40 days, we fought them on these steps. The soldiers fell first, then the officers. Then they called upon the priests. We knew the children would be next. And so, we flung our very bodies into the breach. Some were torn apart like green shoots in a glutton's teeth. Others were swallowed whole and vanished from the sphere. I stuck, anguished cork in a malign bottle. It seethes around me. It waits to disgorge its grotesqueries once more upon Yesha's scalded skin. Please, Paxotech, wanderer, it who would do right, put its edge to this cursed snarl. Vent its rage upon it. We Lamer are no strangers to the last voyage. Destroy the knot. Strike! Make flinders of the knot! Strike the globe!
Hurry, Lord! Take sure steel to my hated prison!
Alright, let's do this.
Блять, прыгай, пидорасина, ты, сука, упоротая, нахуй. А, пиздец, блять, собачий, нахуй.
accursed madness claimed me. Paxaltech. I have not tasted air unmixed with the foul humors of the tangle in an age's age, nor did I dream that I ever might again, much less feel the soft touch of good soil beneath my hooves, or the kiss of the wind on my free fur. Faithless have I been, and yet Paxaltech came, with war in its right hand, and temperance in its left. The Paxaltech came, and I am saved. Two-handed warrior. It has my allegiance, whatever may come. Paxaltech have a gift for death, this much is true, but they are not all destroyers. Perhaps if it fights with us, perhaps the root may yet be crushed under the wheel of time. Take this, though it be a relic of Wheelamer, stewards of death. Wield it in defense of life. I think I shall linger here a while yet. Many are those who fell on these blood-soaked steps. No, some are now naught but bones. They each deserve the funerary rites of royalty. These I shall endeavor to complete with whatever time is left to me. If its road should ever wind this way again, grace me with a visit. There are yet tales of Yesha, I might tell it, if it cares to hear them shared. On the contrary, it has been ages since I felt so very much alive. Let us first be properly introduced. Once I was called Lich, foremost of the Lemir. High priest of the dead. How I gloried in that title. Would that I had known the irony. A funerary priest of the deathless, the highborn, one who wraps the powerful in glory, and a Muslim who seals the secrets of the eternal Empress with sweet seed oil and with night sap. We guarded the flesh of the great and sought their resurrection. Among these trusted sacred pan, I was the utmost. I relished the favor of her permanence. More fool I. For many epochs, the highborn did not fear the flow of time, for the fruit of the Thane tree kept it at bay. But there are other ways to die. Misadventure. The Eternal Empress dreamed of defeating this final terminus. If life could be taken, could it not be given back? The flesh was preserved against that question's answer. This was the province of the Lemir. But let us start at the beginning. Much would I have it know. And to know all, it must know what is first. Would it hear the history of the Pan? In the time before time, the Pan lived in the place that was. It is said that there came a great plague that ravaged the land so that the fields were seeded only with the bones of the dead and yielded only the cries of the bereft. With his flock drowning in woe, the leader of the Pan held forth a great decree. 100 ships were built to hold 10,000 souls, with their god of many faces cutting the waves before them. The Pan that were ventured across the Vilkmarza, the dark sea, through the long night. The Vaughnts prayed and the Red Widows wept, for no one knew if the Dark Sea had a far shore. 100 days lit the 100 ships, and 100 knights drew their swaddling across them too. But on the 101st day, as the Red Widow in the foremost ship bowed her horns to the god of many faces, a bird lit between them, singing, "Glory to the Pan, for they have reached the King Mother." Yesha rose like the dawn before them, unseen, untamed, and free. The king who was, him known to the Pan as Kolket the War-Handed, later Kolket the Woebegone, and at last as Kolket the Wise. Quick of blade was he in his youth, a fearsome general who watered the tree of progress with the lifeblood of many enemies. But the exploits of youth brought Kolket no peace in age. They say he took the plague as fate's judgment against his warlike eye. Fate offered a choice: flee the land of his fathers, or end his line as the king of death. Kolket hesitated no more in pilgrimage than he had in war. He raised up ships as once he had raised regiments. He sailed from the place that was with a heart full of hope. He was never to see Asia's shores. He passed in peace before the crossing's end, greeting death with grace. The god of many faces had been with the Pan since the place that was. Longer. None speak of a time before its guardianship. It was a god as real as the soil beneath us. A god one could visit, a god one could touch. Its ways were not known, but all agreed it loved us and ever would. More would I have it here of this, for this tendril twines with its own. But patience two-handed one, each thing in time. In those days, there was no empress, there were no queens. Kolket the Wise passed on the Dark Sea and left no heir. It was only agreed that the clergy should step in where Kolket had stood. The Vaughnts spoke for the many-faced one, and the Red Widows spoke for the sun, stone, sky, and stream. It had been ever thus. Now, they linked hands to cradle the destiny of the Pan. For 80 days, the Vaughnts fell prostrate upon Yesha's unfamiliar shore. They prayed for a sign that our searching was over, and that this forest should be ours. On the 80th day, two forms emerged from the depths of the jungle. First came a doe with coat of red. Where it walked, the soil gave forth flowers and sweet berries, and they took it as a sign of grace. But behind the doe came another, a wolf with fur as lightless as the obsidian waves the Pan had so lately crossed. Surely, this great beast was a portent of death. Yet, desperate were these threadbare priests of old, and of these visions to their charges, these Vaughnts spoke only one. And why not? The doe fills all who glimpse it with a spirit of hope and a sense of growth. It leaps among the shrub and bramble even now, even with Yesha sundered by the root. There are those who think it more than a spirit, a god in waiting. These call themselves the children of the Red Doe. Those who glimpse the doe often glimpse the wolf, for the latter seems compelled to pursue the former. To hear those early Vaughns tell it would be to hear of many different wolves in pursuit, and only one doe. A simple deception, but a far-reaching one. Modern Pan know the truth. What must it be to spend an eternity chasing that which one might catch but may not kill? For the wolf and the doe have often met, antler and tooth, hoof and claw. The doe may spill the wolf's blood, and the wolf may taste the doe's flesh, but never the other's life to take. Yesha itself forbids it. They say the chase has driven the wolf quite mad. With the assurance of the Vaughns, the Pan took to Yesha and she to us. And for a time, there was stillness, and were born who had never known the land that was, nor the endless sea at their backs. One such was called Genus. She was but 15 springs when she felt the calling of the Red Widows, and not 3 more when she felt the touch of sickness. As Genus approached the door of death, she sought her sisters, for there were no Lamer yet, and it was the Red Widows who ushered the Pan into the soil. But Genus's malady was known to the Widow Mother, to her, to the Elder Pan. It seemed the plague had found them again, even on this distant shore. Genus was shunned, cast out into the jungle, and her name was forbidden from Pan lips. None among them could have foreseen what would come next. Plague-ridden and scorned, the Red Widow Genus had been cast into the jungle to be forgotten. But fate had other plans. After many days in the jungle, Genus emerged. The Pan were humbled, for all signs of plague had been lifted from the young Genus, replaced by a regal gait none could deny. Fascinated, all assembled to hear her tale. And quite a tale it was. Genus spoke of a vision that had come upon her as she lay in the moss, gasping out her last. In her vision, the plagues had returned. Pan, young and old, wailed and keened and spat their last blood on Yesha's pristine sand. But then, when all seemed lost, a great tree rose out of the jungle, strange and wonderful, and heavy with luminous fruit. This tree, the Thane, she named it, gave all who ate of it a life unending. The Pan embraced it, and their glory stretched on for 1,000 epochs. Genus rose to power on this. A spire built of words. It is difficult to say. Genus has had charge of her own legend for an age of ages. Suffice to say, there is enough truth to her vision for me to know her personally, though I was born some 30 mothers hence, and yet, in knowing her, I find its question impossible to answer. But we get ahead of ourselves, two-handed one.
by spreading her message of doom and salvation. The Red Widows were easy converts, inclined to believe their sister, and eager to spread her vision to all Japan. In time, they held more sway than even the Vaughns. It was a great shift. It would not be the last. Among the Red Widow's genus was quickly elevated to Widow Mother. The crops flourished, and the villages spread. The jungle receded from the shore. Many seasons passed, and Genus grew stooped and lined as all Pan before her had. In her 77th winter, Genus had another vision. The Thane called to her, and she told her people it was time to seek it out. For the calamity was imminent. 500 Pan were assembled to undertake the expedition. Genus herself, a contingent of Red Widows, a party from each of the villages. Many imagined they would never see their queen again. Those that lived long enough came to know the taste of those words. When Genus, now as young and beautiful as the day she first beat death, emerged from the jungle once more, with 49 immortals at her back, she had been reborn a second time, as an Empress Eternal. For years they searched the forest, battling hunger, storms, and beasts red of tooth and claw. 20 winters passed. Many succumbed to death, or to doubt, by the 21st spring. Only 5 Red Widows and 44 common Pan stood at Genus's side. It was they whom she led into the clearing. It was they who beheld the Thane. It was they who tasted the fruit and felt time's weight fall from their shoulders. No plague has touched the Pan since, but calamity wears faces nearly as numerous as our god of old. Unless I am much mistaken, the Empress lives yet, for no funerary smoke has filled the sky above her ziggurat. If the Pan vanish from Yesha's soil, I imagine she will be the last to depart. With death thus leashed, the eternal Genus and her immortals brought forth an empire heretofore unknown. Great ziggurats were hewn from the living rock, and at their feet grew great cities lit by arcane magics. Genus's prophecies all came about, save one. If only the Pan of that epoch had wondered as it does two-handed one, what of the great calamity? But none worried, save a few Vaughns. The old ways were dying, and the Empress was not. No achievement seemed beyond the reach of the Pan. It was then that the wolf came. But the story of Yesha is the story of who tastes the fruit of the Thane tree. 49 immortals begot many more. A deathless aristocracy. They traded favor with the Empress, traded years of life itself like fishmongers at market. They called it the Ravager, The very obsidian beast the Vaunts of old had glimpsed and hidden. It sprang from the jungle as sudden as a squall. It made no more than mutton of the bravest warrior. Fear fell like night across the empire. Death roamed the Asia. Ravenous death none could tame. There were those who would have seen the beast slain, but the Ravager was never much glimpsed that the Red Doe should not follow. And vice versa. The green things of the jungle sprang from the Red Doe's feet. But on what do green things grow, if not the flesh of departed life? Who knew what would become of the Doe if the Ravager were felled? Who knew what would become of the jungle? Who knew what would become of the Thane Tree? It was the twice humbled Vaunts who kept the Empire from vanishing down the Ravager's throat, for the Vaunts had pondered the beast since it first appeared to them on Yesha's shores. It was they who had learned to listen to Aethir's song. They who learned to appease the Ravager with tribute, with dance, and with music. Balance returned, and the wheel of time rolled on. Who is to say? For that was hardly the last calamity to befall the Pan at Yesha. With the Ravager apeaked the Thane Tree, that of the fruit of immortality, began to die. The song of all living things. It permeates our forest. It whispers in the leaves, thrums in the soil, shines in the sun, babbles in the stream. The Vaunts devote themselves to the song's mystery. They play it to tap its power, as other Pan might use the energy of a crystal, or the heat of a flame. Those attuned in prayer hear it strongest. But all may catch its strain from time to time, even a Paxotech. For many lifetimes her permanence hid this knowledge from all who served her, slave and immortal alike. And why not? She had amassed a great store of fruit, and surely something could be done to save the tree. Why crack the very bedrock of her society? But the tree's decline could not be arrested. Fruit was rationed. Noble lineages withered. We lay there, once prepared for the final death of death. Only those immortals who had fallen in battle or by misadventure. We found ourselves winding wizened nobles in sap and muslin by the hundreds. Perhaps what came next was inevitable. Rebellion, insurrection, revolt. This was the fire that was to sweep through Yesha's jungle. For a life of lifetimes, the Eternal Empress had hidden the decline of the Thane Tree, but like the Vaunts of old, had underestimated the power of one young, plague-addled Red Widow. Genas herself failed to foresee the power of one called Navun. Navun was one of her Eternity's own guards. How she learned of the rot at the roots of the Thane Tree, I cannot say. I know only that she had no taste for the Empress's deceptions. Navun fled the ziggurat and spread the news far and wide. Her words found home in the ears of the gull. Yesha's slave caste. No slaves could hope to challenge the power of an immortal aristocracy. But what about a nobility in disarray? One where the great and powerful would soon fight for scraps of fruit like bare-ribbed dogs. They rose, first singly, then in a tidal wave. The Empress found herself at war. Perhaps she might have won. if not for the Destroyer. It bridled when I called it God Murderer. Surprised I am that it should know so little of the deep track its kind have trekked across our soil. Let us walk those prints now, that it should be enlightened. Ever was Gina served by the Red Widows. She was still Widow Mother. Is still, if such a thing has any meaning now. Some among the widow's ranks forswore tenderness, and became instead her permanence's highest guard. Genus herself had been the lowest widow in her order, and she had turned Pan Society inside out. How fitting, then, that the last and least of her own widow guard should become her greatest adversary. It has heard of Yeshan civil war, of slave with blade of hoe to neck of noble, and noble with point of sword to belly of slave. Into that tempest walked one of its kind, Paxotech. I cannot say why, though perhaps it might someday tell me from whence. Whatever its motive. Hither came the Destroyer, even as the Pan turned a ravenous gaze toward the fruit of immortality. Our god of many faces remained satisfied with the scant worship of the vaunts and the commoners. It was an ever-present comfort. A guardian we scarcely thought of. The Destroyer, Paxotech, oh yes, its kind, drove its blade into the pure heart of our guardian. We knew not that it was the god of many faces who kept the root from this world. But in death, many faces' absence was soon felt. In her world already torn by war, where caste let blood of caste, there came reports of some new woe. Travelers spoke of twisted horrors on the road, but we who relished in the weight of this wall only scoffed. Who knew that the very air could rip, that the world itself could tear and spill like a wineskin under hoof. Oh, how we fought, priest and prince and pauper, side by side, our world's lifeblood drizzling through our fingers as we clutched at the hanging tatters of Yesha's slit throat. Most perished, and I became enmeshed. I thought our tale told, our race run, and yet, among the Pan there is a saying. Why just ask the Rin? As sure as there is iron in the soil of Yesha, there is irony. I gave the impression perhaps that Yesha was uninhabited at the arrival of the Pan, save for the doe, the wolf, the birds, and the beasts. This is not so. The Rin slink Yesha's canopy on leathery wings. Perhaps they once thought to defend their forest. But Lash and Lure put that to rest. Lash in that no Rin could hope to withstand the onslaught of energy we Pan have learned to draw from Yesha's native crystal. The Flying Ones have no talent for crystal craft. Lure in that under normal circumstances, Rin eggs reach maturity only with great difficulty. I know not who first discovered the potential for symbiosis between our species. Only that It is a whimsical god indeed who sends the most precious resource one kind could hope to acquire out the hind end of the other. It was a pad-footed Paxeltech who slew our guardian and brought the root. Would it be so strange to see a Paxeltech drive them from our shores? Perhaps. Perhaps as with Genus and the Voon. The strangeness is the point. It has done me a service unpayable. No reward can suffice. But perhaps, if it cannot be rewarded, it can be equipped. Colquet brought war, then wisdom. Its forebears brought the root, but its wisdom stayed the flames, that I might live beyond the hated knot. Take this now, as a token of my gratitude. The Pan must put their faith in action and belief, not weapons and walls. I forever owe it thanks, as shall the many souls scattered on these steps. To them I must tend. Be well, two-handed warrior. Be strange fate's agent.
That was rough. Whew. Glad that's over.
Might I be of assistance again? Very well, sweet beast. Be on your way.
Okay, this is it. Damn old. Yeah. More bad news. Glad that's over. Yeah.
For what does it bless me today? I will do my best to answer. The blessing of Yesha go with it.
This place gives me the creeps.
Suppose you've seen Clementine out there. The talk about her's all skittish. I think Bo's gonna birth kittens and puppies at once. That's too bad. Well, you never gave up on me. I don't expect you'll give up on her either. Keep trying, hey? She's gotta be out there. You know where to find me.
How can old Reggie help you today? Let's see what we got going on here. your wits about you.
Back again, huh? Here to chat. I hope. Questions? Oh, I reckon I've got a few answers. Well now, I appreciate a listener as good as any. But even old Mudtooth can't talk forever. Let me rest a spell and see how I feel later. I warn you, once you try a bite, you'll want more. Well, you take care now.
You, again. All right then. Okay, that's all you get. Bye now.
How goes it, Fred? Take care, my friend.
Yeah, it's tough to find the big game out there. Kind of feels like some of it might be extinct, you know? How's the ward treating you? I wonder if I can make worse if you like. Trap out of that one. Now we're talking. Oh, Brabus got to polish his stuff more. Can't shoot straight with this. Yeah, that'll do nicely. Keep your gun loaded and your wits about you, stranger.
How can Dwell aid this Paxeltech in its fight? Of course, Paxeltech. Ah, yes. Only that which will make it stronger than before. All roads lead to Dwell.
Whoa. That's it? It's over. This is it. Whoa. Is that it? All right. Come and get some.
что они, блядь, вообще, сука, появляются?
Holy hell.
Not enough room.
Holy hell.
Bag's full. Come and get me. That's it. For now. Okay, this is it. That's it. For now. Whoa. It's over. Okay, this is it. Here they come.
Glad that's over. Come and get some. Is it over? Here they come. Here we go. Well, at least that's over. This isn't looking good.
This is it. Well, at least that's over. Yeah. Great. More bad news.
Что-то у нас такое. это что за босс такой, блядь? Последний раз я потом смотрю.
that thing?
Would Clementine have come this way?
Pretty sure that thing would be dead if she did.
This better be good. All right then. Bye.
Don't suppose you... Keep trying, hey? Your debt's still at 2 now. Remember that.
How can old Reggie? Let's see. Take care now, traveler.
Welcome back, traveler. This old mutter might have an answer or two for you. You know, I actually can't think of another good one. Curse of getting old, I guess. Let me rest my mind eyes and my brain thoughts. Maybe some more will come to me. It's a mite tasty, I tell you what. Take care, young'un. Don't be a stranger.
Traveler. This is Earth before the root came. No, wait. After. After the root came 121 years ago and killed over 97% of the world's population. They counted. Ah, sorry. This is our home. Our place. Everyone's got a place. Root attacks have slowed down here some since the old days, but they're still around. I mean, you knew that. The door was destroyed. All the doors. They can't come in no more, but they're trying. They'll never stop trying. I see things. Always have. Things I don't want to see. Things no one else sees. It's the root. They're connected. We're connected through the sight. When I was a kid, I thought they were nightmares. My big brother Mark talked me through them. Things were easier with Mark. Then Mark died. And the root mother came. She was something else. Not root, not human, but I was drawn to her. Commander Ford didn't want me talking to her. It didn't stop me. She told me what I was seeing. Taught me to use it. Taught me how not to use it. I'm one of the few people that misses her. Now that she's gone, my people here. They need the sight. Like you and your friend need it. You will. Consequences. For me, for you. Some of them are good. Until next time.
Hey, you're back.
You know where to find me.
Ладно, чатик. На сегодня, я думаю, все. Я пойду спатеньки. Всем спасибо, кто приходил на стрим. Кто просто приходил, сидел, смотрел, потом уходил. Да, завтра. И спокойной ночи. Пока-пока.